Cybersect, hi. Good day. How are you? How's everything? You are fast and early today. Like for real, for real. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. We have some news. We have some good news. I think. I mean, it depends. It depends who you are and what you think of news being good are. But I think these news are going to be pretty good. We're going to kind of wait. And before I announce the announcement, yeah, that's how announcement works. But yeah, we have news. Half news though. Still news. Still news. Well, think think this is good. I don't know. I feel like I forgot something. That probably. Um, see, I see. Apparently that is what I forgot. Cool, 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 cool. Now it's fixed. What did you create? Create with hair quotes. uh, I Morton, hi, welcome in. I hate yesterday. Let's say that right now. I'm full on. I hate yesterday. Yesterday being April. That's very French. April 1st. It pisses me off every year. It makes no sense. It used to make sense. Now it doesn't. Chris, hi, welcome. And yeah, it pissed me off. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. So yeah, that being said, uh, some of the good thing that happened yesterday that are still a good thing as well, that are still like published and rendered. Also, Stony High. I said that in my head, not directly. Skrillex released a new album. That's good. D Brand made Grass Skin. That was really good. Build a Bear has um, an emo skater plushie, like axolot plushie thing. That is pretty interesting. Uh, and then someone on socials, I think I saw that on Threads and on Twitter, um, released a fake version of their app, which is better than their current version of their app. So we'll see where that goes. Let's see if I have the tweet somewhere because I think it's pretty good. But yeah, also Nutty has released their absolute amazing cat overlay thingy. This so this combines everything with Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, whatever platform you're streaming on, and give the ability to get like images, other cool activities in there. That's really good. It's currently behind the paywall of his Patreon. It will be released for free, I think, next month. But that is really good news for now. Anyways, what happened that was really good? This is so good. This is like a note app, but the rendering of this note app being like sticky notes and feasible with a physical trash can at the bottom to delete something. This is really good, and it's it better than what they currently have, and it makes way more sense. So yeah, that's I like it a lot. I don't understand. I mean, I do understand, but I don't understand why they are shaking so much. Uh, that's the type of thing that I'm seeing every time. But yeah, that was really good. Other than that, Figma has released teeny tiny additional thing for your Figma file, which is kind of useless but fun. What happened other than that? Nothing else really. Like most of the pranks and April Fool's jokes were really not good. So yeah, other than that, yeah, I just real bad. There's my face on everything. Everything. Face, hi, what on it? What do you mean $12? No. But how many how not enough? Good news being good news because we need to go there. Can I do that, please? I finally achieved something. I know, I know it sounds really bad, but I finally achieved something here, specifically here, where now the app is synced, synced across devices. So it works between my iPad and my iPhone. It's just like Apple devices, not Android and iPhone. That's not for this year, even. That's for when I have budget for database. But it works ish. It's not instant, which is what I kind of wanted to have, like a thing that really react to. Not really the case. It's also not really necessary based on the type of app that it is, but this is pretty good. We have something right now that give me the ability to go in the sync and automatically sync the app on launch, on progress. So if something happened, like a character has a progress update that happens when you see it in a quiz or something, and it's been more than 30 seconds that the app has been synced, it will sync a new version. And then it's tied to the user iCloud ID. So that's like a unique ID that is well tied to the user. It will be only for paid users. I know I need a money. But yeah, it's pretty nice, at least for me. It's a very, very niche thing. But what it means, which is not necessary or not necessarily the main point, what it means, cat, hi, is that now that iCloud Sync exists, um, if you delete the app and reinstall the app, your database content has been saved on CloudKit, meaning that you can just the app will check if you have like a save, and then you will not lose your progress, which was one of the main points in the beginning. But the fact that it's cross device is really good for me. That's good. That's the first news of the day. There is another big news, but that's for a tad later, which none of you will know. Atakan, hi, welcome back. How are you? How's everything? So that's good. That's working-ish. This is currently like that thing is currently not this shit high for testing purposes for me and making sure that it works. But yeah, that's really good. Why we have two A's and two C's? Oh, one C now. God. Uh, but yeah, that's good news for me. Hope to have a client. That is a good news as well. God damn it. So Ah, got stuck. So, I don't have access to Foro since I really removed my subscription to OpenAI. Haven't touched it, to be honest. So, you've asked for it for years. You've asked for it. I know. I know. But let me see if I can access it. That would be the most important thing. If I can't access it, it's going to be kind of complicated. I can't access it from there. Cool. Since since today, we finally had a bootcamp, a Figma tutorial related thing that is released, available on Patreon. It is currently an like 9 video in total. So right now there is only the first one that is released on Patreon. The Patreon members will have access to Figma files and other exercises that are in there. And then YouTube will have access to it later, obviously. It's going to be free at some point, but I don't know what point will that be. I think the sooner the better, but technically I kind of want to have like a bit of a 1 week or 2 week difference. But yeah, that's watch me lurking. Huh, walk on it. Have a good luck. But that's new. So if you want to access this in early access with access to the exercise, to direct access to me, to other videos that will pop in as well, the Patreon is there. I think exclamation mark Patreon exists. I think. I forgot. I don't have a button for that. But it's there. We have currently a massive amount of content on that whole concept overall, which if I can find the thing, I mean, I can just go there. We have Figma files for everything. And yeah, it's pretty nice. If you want to just buy the the video is going to be $20 per video, which is more expensive than the subscription. So that's a way for me to kind of incentivize you to take the subscription instead of paying for each video one by one. But that's a thing. And then at the end of the day, the whole thing is going to be a one package thing that you can buy if you want to, but it's also going to be free on YouTube. So I don't know. The only thing that you won't have access on YouTube is the file, the exercises, and all that. So, for example, if I'm opening this one, which is the 4th video about auto layout, I made presets and setups for auto layout so that you have like a bit of an exercise that give you direction on what to do, how to do it, based on the video that you've seen before, based on the content that I have done in there. So this one specifically has 3 exercises because you kind of need to, but you know, that happens. So it's been in the work for a bit, and then I had to re-record the videos because Figma released some features. Now we'll have to re-record the videos again soon because Figma is going to release some features. But yeah, that is happening, which I know it's been 8 years of everyone asking me to do this. So it's there now. It's there. Let me see. I missed something. Um, there's edit mode, and you can select the area you want to edit. Oh, you mean for the for yes, 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 yes. Um, no, I mean the thing is, I had to keep a straight face with my regular speech. The on the video on like 3 weeks ago when we were like kind of chatting about not being able to create content because I already had like six of the videos recorded, and I kind of didn't want to blow up the fact that I already had the content that it was about to be posted. But yeah, uh, it's still not good to my personal perception. I don't really like the scripting aspect. I don't like the recording aspect and the editing aspect either, but it kind of needs to happen and kind of needs to be there. So that's a thing. So I'm a text and saying there. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. You are basically explaining that. Yes. Yes, 4 is pretty good. I've seen a lot of stuff though. And FP Hog for the subtitle is what you're saying, Stony? Um, that's what you're saying. I feel like that's what you're saying, but I can't read, which the usual. I appreciate the zoom. That's a big ass zoom. Again, also, yes, still broken. And just only if you're talking about the chat itself, the chat right now is the old chat. I just reverted to the stream element version because it's more stable than mine for this instant. I was kind of working on it earlier today. But for now. Um, um, yeah, Chris. Also, most of the boot camps and other video calls that I've seen are like 400, $700, $800 for 10 videos ish. And my goal is to just again release it for free. Like I don't really give a shit. Is like if you want access to the exercise, to more direct help, um, going through the Patreon is going to be the monetization option, and hoping that potentially, that would push me over the threshold that I need to have to get the YouTube monetized. But that's not the goal. The goal is again to share as much content as I can for free. So it's not 20 per video. It's 20. I mean, it's 20 per video if you want them separately. It's going to be technically 22 per 4 videos. So, roughly. A bit less, but yeah, almost. Um, and also, yes, 100%. Tony. 100%. Um, well, I think I got up with the things, which is chat, because I can't read. So right now, as always, I'm back on the Mac and Mac only, and not the PC and the Mac. Like the PC is just for the sound thing because I still can't have that automated, and it will come, but for now it's not there. You know, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. I'm making progress on other fronts. The main issue that I have right now is because I'm using V0 for the combined chat thingy. It doesn't work. And again, I'm going back to what Stony has said many times. No, I know. Uh, but the AI assistants are making it more complex than it needs to be. Like, really more complex. So, dang, that's a thing. Um, I, as again, I do understand the potential blocking. I know it's not good, but if that person that you are DMing is someone that is popular enough and has like a ton of people, there is a ton of people that is asking for a discount, and whatever discount it is, um, probably they can't. So I don't. I mean, it doesn't really make any sense that they blocked you, but maybe they just saw discount and they were like, yeah, no, fuck off. If that's happened often, I get it. I don't like it, but I get it. I don't know if I can have parity deals on Patreon. I don't think that's an option. Reminder as well for those of you who are on iOS, Patreon is 30% more expensive. So your monthly subscription on dollars is 25, and in iOS is 29. That's a thing to keep into consideration when you are subscribing and doing other things. Yeah, subscribe on the desktop if you want to do that. But yeah, just is that good? No, god damn it. One day it will be. One day it will be. It would be good. You know, I will. I will. I will have that for sure. For sure. Um. Yeah. I mean, I think in my eyes, if someone asked me for a discount because of the level of famousness that I am, which is not famous, uh, and I can't afford technically to get like a discount, I would probably say, well, I can't. Like physically speaking, right now we can't do that, but it might come later. And yeah, but yeah, yeah, I do too. The thing is, Patreon doesn't really. Don't think Patreon allows that. Like for example, for me, Can is counted on in Brazil, Argentina. I mean, most of South America that is like 50 to 70% off. It's pretty useful. Um, Weirdly enough, the parity deal thing that I'm using, which is thanks to Atakan that has recommended that to me about 2 years ago now. So I use that now for the Mommy Y kit. They put 20% discount on France by default, which makes no sense. Um, which I don't like. I know it's based on the dollar, but still, I don't. I need like a 10% upsell on France. That's what I need. That is what I need. Same thing. Like for example, the can in Japan is 20% off, basically. Just because in the beginning I was thinking, well, the yen is really weak compared to euros and all that. But right now I'm thinking maybe I need it to be more expensive because the people in Japan that are using the app are going to be foreigners needing to get better at Japanese, and therefore they probably have some sort of foreign currency. So I'm debating re-upping the prices. Be nice. Could be nice. Japan is my third country of users for the app, so it's pretty useful for me to know. But yeah. But yeah, so we have that. We have a boot camp that happens. It's going to happen across, I think, 2 months. I think overall, and there will be mini videos in the middle. There are things that I haven't really touched on the main videos that are going to be talked about on small segments that are going to probably be available for everyone on Patreon. Not necessarily just the paid members, but also like the free members. So for the free members, it will make no sense. Therefore, they would probably upgrade to the paid tier to have access to the previous video. You know, business. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Um, I don't think I have seen that, Nishit. No, I have. I have. I just. Isn't that the same thing as Envato that has been rebranded the same way? Um, but yeah, I have seen that pass through my feed. Have a good look, Chris. That passed through, but didn't really pay attention to it, to be honest. The only thing that I saw is this. To me, looked the same as what the meat. This. No, not that bitch. Get the fuck out. Like this is really similar to me. It's kind of the same. Um, mainly, it's just the other way around, but it is the same. So yeah, I don't I don't know. Like it's just flipped, and they have like kind of the same typography that they used earlier, which is a very rounded typography. Maybe they are the same company. I don't fucking know. Uh, Even Bright and Vado might be not related at all, but their presentation is pretty good. The animation is pretty good as well, and we do like a rebrand that makes sense. It's just, I fear this might have been some April 1st things, you know, because that happened yesterday again. So we don't know. We don't know. Maybe later today they will just release a statement saying, "Well, that was a fun thing, and it's just for this month," which would be dumb. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. You have a lot of points, I feel. Today is a point day. Cool. I see. But yeah, other than that, um, haven't seen the entire thing. No, that's for sure. That's new. That's a new thing. But everyone has a bit of a similar vibe lately, which is kind of sad. I know that Salma, for example, White Panther, is trying to get a new website to be similar to this vibe, in a way, with the no new brutalism, high contrast, accessibility based design style with like the duotone and all that. So it seems like oh, a very trendy look. It's a late trend. Basically, it happened 3 years ago, and then everyone is kind of finally catching up on developing and releasing their content. So, eh, but yeah. Also, that's fun. It's because of me. It's because of Arc, but the fact that these two are not working together, that's nice. Good job. Anyways, but yeah, that's new. That's nice. I like it. um, what else? What else? We have like kind of live progress tracking on the database, which is really useful for Can soon. I need to test it out for like a week at least to make sure that everything works and we don't have a lot of breakage every time. But yeah, I feel like there is like limitation that needs to happen. Like for example, when I have a quiz, as for right this instant, if I have a quiz going on, the progress manager is triggered every time something happened. So if I make or do something correct, that triggers the sync. And then if I spend more than 30 seconds thinking about the next question, I don't really know, and all that. A new positive or negative question answer is going to re-trigger sync. That on its own seems like a lot of processing and a lot of calls for no fucking reason. I could have like a thing, which is the same thing as always. The likelihood of someone doing or starting a quiz and finishing a quiz is higher than starting a quiz and not finishing and like dismissing it. So yeah, that's the point. Tony. 140 is pretty impressive. I agree with that. I agree with that. But yes, that's a thing that needs to be fixed as well. Making sure that I have something that works every time with all the options and all the triggers, all the things. But yeah, that's good news. At least for me, it is good news. It is progress on my side. It's been in the work for like 2 weeks roughly, and I was making no progress for the past week. And yeah, that happened. That happened. Anyways, officially today is a creation day, so if you have something that you would like me to take a look at and recreate, or something to create from the start, please ask away. It is a creation day. We have some things to take a look at. Not much, but we have some things to take a look at in the like department on Twitter. Again, the same thing as earlier. There have been some really, really cool creations, as in this website right here is a really, really cool transition from page A to page B. Yes, that whole animation was a transition from page A to page B on a scroll on the website. Yes. So this is probably mostly a video-based transition thing because it makes no sense otherwise. I don't have access to the initial link, but that's pretty neat. Overall, we have some cats doing some backflips, but also we have this thing, which is what I have a full video on, that have like this like aligned but not square type of thing, where it's not straight to the rotation on everything, just to make things organic and more natural. Everyone is doing that, so that's a thing. We've had a ton of interesting design popping up, and as I said last week, 2 weeks ago, it's Wednesday, 2 weeks ago. This design specifically is really coming in from the Joy Ask app thingy. A lot of people are recreating or reusing that exact same kind of behavior. So here that this is going to become a pattern. When I'm talking about the Joy app, I'm talking specifically about this. Yeah, shit. Well, this one has expired, so I can't really show you directly. It's fine. But yeah, you probably know what I'm talking about. So that's an interesting thing. It's a note-taking app with AI, which is what I have designed in a job interview last year. Pretty impressive. So maybe I will create one as well. I don't know. I doubt it. And then I think this one is pretty good as well for a reference, which I hate the concept of what that person is doing, but I understand why they are doing it. These are images from the dribble, just 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. They just took a screenshot of that and then they created with 4.0 things and illustration that are based on the main illustration, and most of it is really good. which is really sad because these people that have spent years learning how to do these and practicing and creating the illustration properly, uh, that is not gonna be probably a business model anymore, which is really sad. It pissed me off. But it's interesting. It's interesting to see that some people have been doing that. I think Eddie is the one that has shared the one that I was talking about on Monday-ish. Um, but it's probably been a bit, which right now it seems they just replies to stuff with memes. Cool. Ah, yeah, they shared another one earlier, which was kind of similar to this one. Yeah, really, at least for me, really sad to see that some of the artists are gonna kind of be out of business unless people like me just pay them, which is probably gonna happen. Anyways, details. Other than that, the cats have been good. This one has been pretty impressive as well. This is a video AI generation of a video, and then the thing that make me laugh, bitch, shut up, is this first one. You have someone in the sand just walking through, well, the sand. That's what happened. And then the wind is blowing the sand this way, but the tape thingy on the other side. So still, these AI models have not understood physics entirely. Specifically there, like this one is a very good example of how bad it is. But the render is really good. This is really good as well. Like most of these transitions are going to replace stock footage. Um, Often when it can be, like if you just needed a very basic car running down the street or something, um, it's pretty good. But yeah, I don't think people can recognize that this, for example, is AI generated and not just a concept car running through a street in Vancouver, for example. Um, you can't really know. Like this makes a lot of sense. This could work. This could work as well. This is like VFX, so obviously this is VFX, and knowing that it's AI made or human made doesn't really matter for some people. Like same thing, video game platforms and other animations kind of make sense. The like this one, for example, same thing. It's kind of loud, but it's really simple. It's nothing. It's just like someone laughing at some point, which, you know, if you have that in a commercial, in a YouTube video, in something, what the fuck is that? In, you know, in something, I don't feel people would recognize that it's not real. So yeah, like this one is pretty impressive to me. There's nothing really breaking, and the shots are really, really short on purpose. But yeah, so that was impressive, I'd say. But still, kind of sad. Let me click on that link so that I can check this. Haven't I seen that before? I feel like I have. That's the one that you were creating, right? I mean, it seems like a you thing. At the can. That's pretty good. Pretty good. I like that. Yeah. But it seems, it looks familiar based on the other thing that you have created in the past and the other website that you have shared with me. I can recognize some of the layouts that you use often, or some of the design patterns that you kind of like that are in there, which makes a lot of sense. But good. I mean, it's good. To me, it's good that I can recognize you in the design. And it's not like as generic as someone else's content. It's just like, well, yeah, that's a website. Um, so like for me, it's mostly like this section, the transition with the header that goes from regular to non-regular. That's something that you have made in the past. And then you have these sections with these illustrations. Seems familiar as well. So, but I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Um, and yeah, I mean, these makes a lot of sense. Specifically, like these ones, you can tell that they are AI generated for sure. But these ones, not necessarily disrupting the flow of the users. Like I feel like it's almost good. Um, as a background thing, you know. Raphael, hi, welcome in. How are you on YouTube? But that's interesting. I do like it. I do like it, and specifically like these glass-ish, Windows 11-ish transitions. Backgrounds are really good. So that's nice. That is nice. Good job on that. Good job on that. This popped up, you know, and I don't think this is a Figma-based thing based on the texture and the effect that I can see. But I mean, I wouldn't blame me for recreating it in Figma. I'm saying that right here without having any plans, but yeah, I wouldn't blame myself to do that. We'll see. I'm saving it on the side just for today, potentially. Going back to what I was saying last week, there is a bit of a resurgence of these. Of these color palettes, which are the pastel and really earthy tones of colors, that is coming in a ton in cards and charts. So if you are someone that is doing some illustration and things, this seems to be the current top trend. So it might pop in, but I don't know yet. We'll see. We'll see. But it's pretty you know, it's pretty common right now to have like these things popping in, and it's not the first one I'm sharing. I've shared others before, and yeah. What do you mean delayed messages? You need to refresh the page. That one is pretty interesting as well. This is an AR based camera which relies or react to the user's creation. So they have created the animation and the static image. And when the camera recognizes that this is one of their illustration, it pops up with the animations. That's a interactive AR art, which is pretty interesting, I think. I don't know how much more there will be. There has been like a ton of these in the past, but that's a good thing. The when claim and when it happened had a delay. That's bad for me. That is bad for me. We talked about that on Monday. I think the last one is going to be most of the effect and thing that people are just generating and creating, which is pretty impressive. But also, most of the stuff that I have on um, Yongshu and not here, which, as always, you can't see there for ass reasons. Um, it is not an option. You are not allowed to see there. I mean, you could, but not necessarily good for my stuff. Anyways, since I've been starting to look at and interact more with like UI in here, there is a ton more content related to UI design in China or apps that exist in China in Chinese. Mandarin, in Cantonese and all that. And it is, again, really important and interesting to me to have a bit of a greater understanding of what are the trends somewhere else, to see what people are creating, how they are creating it, what are their workflow and all that, to make more sense of other industries. Like there has been a ton of portfolio representation thing that I'm seeing that are really different than what we are used to in my side of the internet. So when I'm seeing these, I really like to, I'd say, interact with it and also like follow through into seeing what they have created, why they have created it, why it's different. Most people are also sharing things that are not necessarily Chinese based, like this one, but overall, like there is a ton of content in there that is really, really interesting for me. This is Xiaongshu, so this is the Chinese version of Pinterest, Instagram, had a baby thing right there. Um, it's to me, it's really good. It has like a ton of content that is really different, and also a ton of different things. Like you wouldn't see that on regular apps in Europe, in France. Like that's not a shape you would have by default. So having this as a concept is pretty interesting to me, and also seeing it and seeing the transformation, how it's made, all that, you know, really good. We like these, but there is plenty of things as always. Um, right now, I'm seeing a lot of things that are like kind of project related, as in physical project related, which I like a lot. And I'm also seeing a ton of um, masonry thing, as in building walls and tiling the floor in there, which happens. Uh, but it doesn't mean it's everything. But it's interesting at least, nonetheless. So I have like a ton of things in here. I have a ton of things that are also in on Twitter for me. Like this person, I'm so following them on Twitter as well, and it's really nice to see what they have created and how they have created things. But follow them mostly because they are sharing the code for what they have created to show how it's made again with UIs that makes sense to me. Other than that, on this platform, not much to showcase, I would say. Again, a lot of ass because I like the gym and there is a ton of ass in the gym. That's what happened. That's what happened. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. Um, but yeah, most of the things which are like interesting to me is some of the creation related to phones and other manufacturers. Mm, I guess, yeah. Thing like I've learned about the iPhone SE before the iPhone SE was released because some people in China had access to it and made video about it before it was like officially announced. So that's pretty good for me, I think. Someone shared a video of the Oppo Find X8 a day before it was officially announced by Oppo itself, and so that's really interesting to me. I'm trying to see if I can find it because it looks nice. What? I should just search for it. I know, right there. Like it looks really good to me. Again, this is just product design and how it's made. This is the Find X and Find X8S or X8 and X8S. They are both really, really simple and minimalistic, and I think they look better than most of the phones that happens to have like this big ass circular camera bump. Still think that it shouldn't exist. I think the phone should be thicker with just the camera bumps inside of the phone. That would be okay. Just to have bigger batteries, you know, to each their own. But that's a nice thing for me, at least, to get access and seeing things a bit in advance. Anyways, details and stuff, you know. Other than that, I don't think there have been much more stuff popping in. Figma has announced like some new features for dev mode for the contrast accessibility thing. And I opened LinkedIn earlier and it's just shit. I hate it. Like other designers that I'm not following, but like designers I worked on or worked with in the past were commenting on other designers' posts about Figma's features. And the designer that posted were like so above everyone because they knew the thing that just came out and that Figma announced officially on their platform. And it's just French again. Uh, I don't get it. I don't get it. It just feels weird. They really were acting as if they were better than everyone because they knew about it. And other than or rather than rather than is better, rather than just sharing about it and saying, well, Figma has announced this today. It's really interesting how they have made stuff, but they have like used the clickbaity titles as well, saying that some of the jobs of other designers specifically is dead because Figma has enabled some AI stuff in their workflow, and it's like, no, no, that's not gonna happen. That is false. That is false. So yeah, that just pisses me off. I think I saved some stuff on Threads, but that's the same thing. Threads, you can't really, or I can't really show you what I have on the feed. I can just show you the post themselves. But yeah, I mean, Figma versus designers is really simple. Let me load these because they are really good. Prime UI is really nice. Factor is really nice, but we don't really care about that. That's really impressive as well. And I'm just loading everything. Yeah, I mean, going back to what I said when Design Joy, right, and the other person that I don't know, um, were like, designers are done for. I can do everything in like 2 seconds in Lovable. Um, I understand the beef, but I don't understand the beef. At the end of the day, it's just like, yeah, 100% someone that has the skills will have a better result than someone that doesn't. And it doesn't matter which tools you're using, but you know, it's just what it is. So I don't know. It's really weird to me. I think I have everything almost. I guess. I guess. I'm gonna save this one as well for the sake of having it. Can't see anything. I know. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Shit, that's the wrong thing. That is the wrong button. Dang. So this popped in my feed, which is really impressive. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if it's a concept or anything. This is the Paris tennis score. If that is the true logo that they have created, this is an amazing logo. It combined the Eiffel Tower and the tennis rackets in one single shape, and then they used it as a pin on blazers to be showcasing that you are part of the tennis club or the tennis school itself. And it, to me, it is really, really impressive. I don't know who made it. I don't know if that's like a fake thing from this person. I have no clue. Nonetheless, doesn't change the fact that this thing is really good. Just wanted to share that. The other one is this thing, Prime UI, which is mostly for Chris, that was talking about having Central kind of work on 3D and JS and other things. Prime UI seems to have a lot of 3D and AI helped rendering. So as a potential reference point to not be as drastic as the other one that we shared Monday, last Monday, on Monday, there's a more realistic element that could be created through either Figma or Blender or 3JS in less time than having to learn everything. But it's good reference as well. And they have like their whole profile has a ton of things that is related to like their Prime UI stuff. So that much good. We like it. That's for me for later. This happened as well. This was popped in my feed earlier. It seems really close to what we've done last week, and maybe they have. Maybe they have used what we have created. I don't know. I doubt it, but still, pretty simple. It's nice. It's a neat overall metallic button. So what Kira was asking about getting like buttons a bit more premium or a premium feel, that is something that is pretty good as well. Pretty good as well for creation. It's really simple. It takes no time. And again, from what we've said, um, from what we said last Wednesday on creation day, this is simply one frame with a gradient in the background and a gradient in the border, and it has the same thing inside with a frame with a gradient in the border, and then the button itself has a gradient inside, which is reversed to have a bit of a concave effect. That's about it. That's about it. It's really simple. It takes no time to create, but it looks really cool. That's the thing. I'm gonna need to close you. These popped in, which are made with Midjourney, so I don't like the fact that they are made with Midjourney, but I like the color scheme. I like the output. And these gummies are pretty looking overall. I like him. I like him. I would make that in Blender in more time than what Midjourney has taken, but it would probably make a better output than this, going back to what I do have, because I do have some of these. I think on the drive, I may have something in the Blender. I forgot if I have like a full on folder, full Blender, if I put that in stream stuff. I don't know. I do know. The gummy is somewhere around. Oh, where is it? What is this thing? It's a light color, so I'm looking at the. No. Dang. No. I feel like it's supposed to be here. There. Like these renders that I've done in 2021 are, to me, better looking and more realistic than the thing that Midjourney did, you know? But also unbiased. But when you look at the overall like non-sugar on top, it looks really bubbly and weird. Specifically on the first one, like it's really much just drops and not really sugary, like not really realistic compared to, again, which I should have done like a better job on the floor itself and not just making the thing white. But you know, it was 2021, so it's been a long time. It's been a long time. Anyways, so that was nice, at least to have. Um, this is an interesting thing as well. I don't know exactly how practical that is. Um, I don't think it is practical at all, and I don't know how it works. It just looks cool. So also, watch me looking. I just read your message about the fleur de lis and some croissant on the side. Yes, I think it could be made with croissant and a baguette in the center. Like that's it. Two croissant and a baguette in the center. Rather than, you know, it it could. Now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, it pissed me off. Going back to what I was saying earlier, I think that person is the same. So this thing coming from Joy, kind of as a reference, the effect of having some sort of a track, card, background things. Raphael, thanks a lot. I appreciate that. Also, I just saw that with delay. I'm sorry. Takes a while. YouTube is kind of offsetted for me. I appreciate the sub. Thanks a lot. But yeah, that is similar and something that is coming in often right now. A lot of people are using these sheets, it's called sheets on iOS, to display content and have that often used as the main render. So if you think of NordVPN, for example, does that, Droid does that, this one does that. Amy, almost, but not entirely, but kind of similar. So again, this is a pattern that I'm seeing popping up often and more. So I feel like it's going to be more common soon. And they have created this app, which is their gym app, which is really cool. This is mostly for Denny, specifically. We're talking about creating a gym app or gym tracking, workout tracking app as well. This is what makes it good. Like they've been testing their own fitness app during their workouts, and now they don't think they can go to any other app ever again, just because they have created it and that makes more sense. And they created it specifically to them, which is one of the best drives you can have when you're creating an app. And so when I created Can, obviously that contains everything that I need. And I use it every day. And that makes a lot of sense to me. So, yeah. I think as long as you have the ability to do such thing of creating an app and then using it for every day, every activities, all day, it's you know, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. This one popped up on my feed as well. It's really impressive. I don't know what it is. I don't know exactly how it's been made. I'm guessing it's 3D, but it could be projection and a smoke screen based on the fact that you have the thing at the bottom. So I don't really know. There is a ton of things that could work and could be real, but also the camera movements, the renders of everything is kind of off. So I don't know. But yeah, it is impressive. It's look cool. We like it, and the stills that they have created for these are really nice. It seems to be something that reacts or creates sounds reacting to the scanning of. The main reason why I'm saying it's probably 3D and not really practical is if you had a screen projection based on, um, like it does, based on a smoke screen, you wouldn't have the projection underneath or above or on one side or the other, just because shadows exist still for some reason. But yeah, I mean, this one looks really 3D to me, so probably a 3D rendering overall, but like they have so much of a realistic rendering and ambient feels that I don't know. I do not know. That's what I'm gonna say. I do not know, but it looks cool. Um, and then these popped in on Monday, and I kind of glanced over it on Monday and didn't talk about it. I think we need to talk about it. Um, these icons specifically exist from an icon kit that was created in 2021, 2020, 2021, I think, which is the duotone bicolor icons, glass icons, which is available on Figma for free in the community. And someone, I don't know if it's the same person, has created them in Spline and has added some 3D transform on hover, which is really good. They have made a really good job at recreating these icons. But yeah, the only thing that I don't like about it is the fact that it's a very, very lazy hover state, where it's just so debatable, but it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It looks nice, and it's been made by this person, which apparently has a ton of other 3D creations and other creations on their profiles. So that's interesting. Anyways, I think that's the last one. Tom has been creating or adding the drop down for his project that he doesn't want to disclose. I want this thing so much. It looks really good. It seems like an infinite canvas for taking notes and organizing project and other things. And everything that has been made in there is so good. The transitions are really good. The natural physical effects are really good. Like if you look at the pages, they have because it's a stack of pages, they have a drop shadow that is like a very subtle shadow. You might not even be able to see that on stream because it's so subtle. And the sticky used to have like a bit of a rotation here and there just to make them more natural, like 1 degree, 2 degrees here and there. It was really good. But yeah, for references, as always, uh, take a look at these because it's good and they are good references. So yeah, everything that they make, again, Tom has been creating a lot of things, including this app specifically, or is working on this app specifically, but they have been creating these really, really interesting to me iOS-based 3D transform and also basic animations transformation for the app. And it's really nice. Like most of the creation that I'm seeing on like the videos themselves, are stuff that I would love to be able to do, and right now I can't because I don't have the skills just yet, and I need them to teach me. So, yeah. But that whole project is really cool. Anyways, so are we doing this for Creation Day? That might be a thing. That might be today's creation. I think the only thing that's going to be a bit of a pain in the ass is going to be day. I said it. I said it. Let's do that. uh, I mean, isn't that a PS5 controller-ish? Also, the PS5 controller is going to give me such of an annoyance in the texture of, well, the texture. Like, I don't want to do that. No, 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 not happening. I know that's the reason. Not happening. Again, if you haven't opened Figma since yesterday, this popped in, and you can create your tiles that will follow you through the day, and you can create whatever the fuck you want. Some of them are really good, some of them are really bad, but I, I, I don't know. I don't know what to think of it. And you know, I debatable. Debatable. Triple E's high. We'll come on in. I mean, Clippy is basically one of these, right? Like it's this one. I think that's the one that I made in the beginning. You make it gray, and that's your Clippy. But yeah, it's waste of resources. Me, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Anyways, so that's our source. Let's create a duplicate of that so that we have our design, which also, small details, stuff that you can't probably see because it's too small. Like me, that has changed. And that rendering of the layers is also really different than before. It has more roundness, and it has a bit of a tab feel, like a pull tab element, specifically with the icons blue outlines. So that's new. It changed with UI 3, and then new rendering and a new like release of the UI. But that's the thing that you might not notice in the day to day if you don't pay attention. But yeah, that's a nice thing. Nice thing. Bitch, I just didn't press enter. I press escape. My mistake. My mistake. So yeah, everything is a bit more detailed. They have changed some icons, and they have added some stuff, but it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, it is the same. Does this? Yes, this is the same thing. 1A for the background. We are good with that. And 43. Yeah, that's the day. I mean, it's a creation day today, so we have to create something that was on my feed. So yeah, as always, bumping up the exposure so that I can see the details and the limitations or the limits of elements easier or more easily. So we have one of the first element, which is going to be the top, and the trigger. I think the trigger as well. Kira, hi, welcome on in. Welcome back. The top cover is going to be one thing. Bottom section, I guess I'm going to have to make it in 3 parts, like this part, maybe 2, maybe just 2. Like these bitches could be just 1 line. That could be an option. And yeah, I guess top section first is going to be the best. Top section first. So, as I said last time, easiest way to make a curve, you make a point, and then you go where it needs to go. Like it currently needs to end up somewhere around here. We have a bit more material around there to get like the angle, and that's about it. And then we have our endpoint here. this is probably going to need some sort of an intermediate curve right there. I don't think I can make it in one go. I can try though. I can try. And then you go back there, and that's it. That's it. That's your top element. Can you believe that? How do you fix that? You get the inner section with the command key or control key on your keyboard, and you press and drag to reach the curve you kind of need to get. And that's about it. Once you get it, adjust it a tad, but usually you're good really quick. Doesn't take too long. That's done. This one is a bit more tricky because it's more curved around here, so you make sure that you put your cursor where you need the curve. Curve? The angle to be. You kind of reach that. I can see that this one is needing to be somewhere around here. Right there. And then the last one is this. I have doubts. Lots of doubts. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's kind of... yeah. Can you slide the angle point up and down the line between the two anchor points? Say that again? You mean move the value of the point in the center? No, you can't do that. Which would follow the curve. I think that's what you have in mind. No, that's not an option in Figma, which is kind of sad. I know. But yeah, it's we are kind of limited. Figma is just remember, it's just a browser-based tool, so I feel like it needs to be kind of flat, like my ass. That's not true. My ass is not flat. And I guess we need to go kind of down here, but flat there. That's that. I mean, I was right. We need a point right there. We need an angle around here to help us get the curve. Bitch, get out. Yeah. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm looking at the nipple thing. So, yeah. And it still stands where you'd prefer Illustrator to Figma. No. First of all, I haven't used Illustrator in 12 years. So no. I don't know how to use Illustrator anymore. I mean, I do, but I don't. I have used primarily Sketch and Figma for everything. So my knowledge is mostly bound to Figma creation and other, other things. I see. I mean, I knew that was happening soon, but thought Chris was out. I mean, Chris is out. 1 second, I'm seeing something before I forget. There, cool. The chair just didn't want you to see. Ah, goddamn. Goddamn. But yeah, I'm using Figma for everything. I'm doing folio, PDFs, invoices, whatever I can do in Figma, controllers, because it makes more sense. But yeah, yeah. I mean, that's what happened. What happened? Okay, that's a good. Yeah, that's good. That's a good point. Base point. I'm gonna split the bottom section in three sections. Um, it's shit, and I don't do print anymore, so that's the reason why I'm not doing anything in Figma for print. But Figma for print is really, really bad. Um, Basically doesn't have any DPI definition. So everything you export is going to be 72 DPI, is the lowest resolution possible. And yeah, you can't really do anything about it. It's kind of sad. Someone in the community here has created a plugin called, I think, Figma Print or something. I forgot the name. Well, they created that when plugin kind of started to be more accessible inside of FigJam, and they were in chat when they were creating it. So that was fun, at least for me. That was the wrong key. But they have created this, which is really useful to get some sort of a DPI plus main paper sizes. But yeah. Um, yeah, but when you're doing print, you usually don't use SVGs as an output for the print for the press. Like you're gonna use a PDF, which is gonna be some sort of an SVG based value. It's a vector based stuff, but it's just it's a bit different. But yes, at the end of the day, yes, I agree. It's gonna be kind of similar, and you can do print with it, but
Hype
it's not
underscore
recommended.
coder is now following.
Hype Coder, hi. Welcome on in. Thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Ah, I fucked up. You saw nothing. You don't know what I'm talking about. Uh, Nothing's there. Nothing is there. Yeah, nothing. I guess. I guess. So, yeah, print is really bad. Um, but again, at the end of the day, if you don't know how to do print, you know how to do UI, you know how to do print, because print is basically screens that don't move. And when you don't know how to do UI, but you know how to do posters, a poster is a screen that can move. So there is something that needs to happen, but if you know how to do like a layout for print or a flyer or something, you kind of have a bit of an idea of how to create a screen on a phone, usually. So that's a thing to take into consideration when you're thinking about moving, transferring your skills, all that. Yeah, oh, that's what it is. I get it now. There's a lip right there. That's what I'm seeing. That's the lip itself that I'm seeing. Oh damn. I messed up. I did not see that in the first row. Um these are annoying. I'm gonna say that. That's gonna have oh, can I do that? No. I mean I can, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna trust. Dang. What else? What else do I have in my head? That's a good question. Um, Figma can't export videos as well. So basically what happens is when I have a prototype that is really good and the transition that I have achieved is what I need, I'm recording my screen to showcase to the devs what needs to happen. And that happens so often. Uh, it's annoying. I wish prototypes could be exported as videos. That would make our lives so easier. But no, Figma just doesn't want to allow this to happen. So we kind of fucked on this department, which I don't understand why they don't want that to happen. But yeah, um, yeah, I have thoughts sometimes, just sometimes, not often. Not, not often. Oh yeah, Kira, because you arrived late. I announced something before you were here, I think, unless you were lurking and not saying anything. I just released a new, I mean, not a new, I released a Figma bootcamp on Patreon. So if you are someone that wants to learn how Figma works and all that, I don't think that's the case, but might be. Yeah, we now have a bit of a Figma bootcamp thing. So it's yeah. So on Patreon, I don't think there is a command for that. Stony, if you have the the brain power right there to create a command for uh, that, I think. Or if it's not that, it's that. I don't know which one it is. I think C is for creator and not C is for anyone. But yeah, also why are you loading there? That makes no sense. But yeah, if you have the brain power to do that, Estonia would appreciate it. Thank you so much. Um, I think yeah, C is for creator. But yeah, it's gonna be there, and it popped out of the oven today, officially today. Just when we started the stream. On purpose. Yes. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Still no raise. I know you're about to ask. Nope. Um Still broke. That doesn't happen. That didn't change. I'm still unable. I'm sorry. That's gonna take a bit of an angle as well. That's kind of bad. That is kind of bad. I feel like this point just need like a bit of a radius instead of anything to make it work with the rest. It's really flat. Same thing at the top. We'll see when we have like the outline or the regular outline things. But uh, that's pretty good. That's one shape. This one is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. Again. Oh! I don't want to make it in 3 parts, but it feels like it's going to be easier for me if I make it in 3 parts. As in, one main part, one top part, one middle part, and then that overlay as a background thing. Ah. Yes. Yes. That is the truth. I'm sad about it. But that's basically how things are going to be. I can feel it. So this is kind of flat around here. Um, yeah, VBI has been really good. I mean, it's been so good. They have been acquired by Elgato. So no, that should give you a bit of an idea of how potential or how much potential there is in this department. And yeah, I thought about doing the same thing since I have lately acquired uh, dev skills. Lol. Uh, I thought about it. I will never because I don't really have the skills. But you know, if you do have the skills, please do so. I feel like uh, DBI was really good. I don't think. No, it's dead now. Or maybe it's just the stream is dead overall, but like we used to have like a command because I used to be affiliated with VBI in the beginning of streaming, which was really useful for me. Get a bit of a cut on anyone that bought like a widget or something. That was nice. Then they went away. And I lost the option. They're good. We like them. We like them. So if you want to create something similar, do so. I think, again, I think I said that last time. Because I think we talked about that last time. I think some other people are currently building these as alternative to stream elements. So I think there is going to be a lot of competition in that sphere. So if you have the skills and the visual ability to create stuff that are really, really broad in terms of styles and in terms of features, or maybe if you have the ability to reskin things, um, that's pretty good. If you like Twitch follows animation and other subscriber events, all that, and you like to play with that, what I could recommend you to do, if you don't have the skills just yet, is to learn Three.js and create 3D rendering of animations, because that would probably help and be more in demand than regular static things. Again, this one, doing all of these widgets and things on non-3D rendering things and really, really good overall Twitch alerts and activity monitors and things. Like all of that is really, really good. And she makes amazing content overall in terms of partnership with Elgato, of course, because I think past VBI, yeah, like most of the things that are in there are really, really nice to take a look at and to play with. So, would recommend like to do stuff like this. But again, all of her content is the same. So if you don't have that vibe of cozy, cute, overall aesthetic on your stream, then these are not necessarily for you. But if you have the ability to code something like this and then provide some stuff or some sort of reskin, like Own.tv is doing, like, I mean, that's basically what VBO was doing before, but you do one of them and then you skin it 60 times with different vibes. Like this one is the cozy vibe, and then you create one that is the um cyberpunk vibe, and then you do another one that is something else. That's my old credit card. This one is dead. I should update that. But yeah, all that is the thing for me. I think if you, I really don't like the design of own.tv and what they are creating, but that's what they have. Like they really have, if you look at the emotes and things, they have the same emotes 3 times. Bitch, stop moving it. And it just reskin. Like you see the one with the war in the center, and it's like they changed the hair, but that's it. Like it you know, the hype word is the same, the hands placement is the same, the mouse is different, but that's about it. So if you have the ability to do such things of creating a template that you can then reuse specifically for widgets or stream alerts or something, do it. Like if you look at these, that alert and that alert and that alert, the concept behind it is the same. It's just the style that changes, and obviously some of the transition changes as well. But all of that is, you have the ability to do so, do that. This is really different. But that's like one video done once, and then it's just reskinned to have multiple colors. Yeah, eh. But yeah, do that. Right now, to me, Sayoni or Sayona is the top tier in terms of creation, as far as I know, the one that I know about. And then the other one is Nerd or Die. Um, they are just doing good shit. They have been doing a ton of good shit for a long time, and it's really nice. It's the same thing, cheaper sometimes than own.tv. So you know, it's good to have. It's good to know that these exist. Yeah. Other than that, like these things with the alert creators, like the one that is currently free, pretty nice to have as well. But yeah, if you have the ability to code again, and you have the ability to create these things, and do so, or at least if you have the ability to do the the foundation, the structure, and it works, and then you have the ability to bring in someone that knows how to design stuff for Twitch or for other platforms, and then together you build something, would definitely be, I think. That's gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass, this one. Again, like all of them, to be honest. Am I masking this? uh, I guess I'm not masking it, but it's gonna be masked in the black part. Maybe. I guess. Why? That's a question from someone that doesn't know. So you may have a very simple answer to this question. Why aren't you using particle.js for the particles? Because it's pretty good from my point of view of someone that doesn't know what they're doing. Um, Yeah. Particle JS was one of the first um, JS thing that I discovered on the internet when I was building my websites in 2010. So yeah, I yeah. Is it really necessary? I know. It's probably is. Probably is. Oh, so it's not flat. I see. Okay, so that's done. For the main shapes, we have everything. If I'm selecting this and I'm changing the stroke of the image to red because that's how things are visible, we have four of our shapes. Pitch, this one is also a shape right there, which are good. And this one isn't red yet for some reason. I don't know what happens. I don't think I have made the triggers. Good to know. Good to know. Yeah, I'm missing the triggers. That's what missing. Cool. Is it curved? It is curved. Cool. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that is a fair point. God damn. That trigger is annoying. By nothing, to be honest. It shouldn't be that annoying, but it is. Also, these curves don't make any sense because when you remove, not remove, uh, bring back, bring back the visibility of things, it's just, you know. Eh. Um, I see. That sounds like a regular activity. Cybersec. I see. Also, Kira, it's that I'm reading chat in a delayed manner today. I mean, not today, every day, but today specifically. Am I doing these? I feel like I should. The back of the triggers should probably. Um, I'm also debating this, which is different. Um, I don't know how much that's gonna be. A lot. Um, Thanks a lot. I appreciate it, and thank you for chatting and the follow earlier and all that. It's gonna be a pain. Yeah, that's what I thought. Fuck. Perspective. Is there anything in Can that you would like to see added, improved, changed, something else? Behaviored? That makes no sense. Is this the best way? I don't think it's the best way. I think this is gonna be a bad idea. Yeah, I'm reverting. I'm reverting this. But yeah, makes no sense. I mean, it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense. Let's see if I can do that this way though. So point here and point straight up there. And then these are gonna be endpoints being rounded, endpoints being rounded, dashed, rounded. And we want these to be the size of 6, match. And we want that to be 0.1 in the dash space being 4? 16? Nine? Maybe. No. I mean, I like to get paid, but still. I guess 11 is going to be better. It's going to have a bit more breathing room for me to play with. Question is, what happens if I do that? Does it still match the dots? Am I fine with it? Am I not fine with it? Do I give a shit? No, I don't. I do. I could just offset the line one by one, which is what I'm doing right now. But I fear the outcome, mainly because some of these are kind of bent, and it's right now it's really flat. Again, like my ass. So I don't. Yeah. Also, there is perspective. Like they need to have a bit of a curve, which I can add, but it will break the spacing because it is perfect spacing right now. It's mathematical spacing, which, I mean, if you know anything about how perspective works, and specifically this one, for example, you can see how it doesn't work. But the thing is, if I bend it, it's gonna be debatable. I mean, it's fine, but nah, I don't know. We'll see. Oh, that's gonna be a pain as well. Fine. I'm seeing all of the layers that needs to happen to make it work properly. And yeah, they'll know. They'll know. We know. That is not gonna work. Yep. I mean, it's also an option. It seems better though. It's almost perfect. What happened if I do that? Debatable. Debatable. This one is. No. Bye. I should have, yeah, I should have done that. Which by that I mean keep the same angle and duplicate horizontally rather than what I'm doing right now. But too late. I'm done. This needs that. I'm missing 1 point. 1 point. Ah, I'm not gonna write L1 and LB. Also, that that's one. Oh, LT. My bad. Trigger. Yep. Yep. Trigger. At least it's nice that this is like one single element. It's gonna be easier. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Probably. This is the same thing that we've done with the Apple HomePod. The thing is, the curve is not working the same, so I'm debating doing that segment just yet. Probably later. Just yet? Probably not. Probably not. So, good thing. All that except this. I see some of these elements are not inside of the frame for some reason. That's good to know. These are going to be framed together. So Command Option G to create a frame. Then we'll create a component out of it so that we have something to play with. This is our initial elements, and I'm going to just duplicate it to be around here. Without the image in the background. God damn it. You're in. Hi, welcome on in. Have you seen the news in Patreon, by the way, today? Good. Yeah. It's spammed. You probably received many things. I don't know how it works. Haven't worked with it yet. But yeah. The first, there is 9 video coming. Technically I have 8. But yeah. And it's the first one basically explain how Figma works. So that's, you know. Simpler. Okay, so these, brace yourself, red. And we kind of good. There. Done. Cool. Bye. Um, there is like a ton of thing that needs to happen that will be layers on top, which I haven't planned on, which is kind of sad. I should have. That's an option. By taking the initial shapes as the main point, I'm missing out on things. Yes, I should. Yes, yes, yes. Press the button, it didn't go through. I appreciate the hint that I'm a pro streamer. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, 100%. I think I'm gonna do that, yeah. I think I'm going to do that for sure. Oh, interesting. Alright, wrong button. Neat. So, that roughly what we need. Now that I'm thinking about it, because I'm thinking about stuff later. I kind of need this, 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 and that together as a duplicate at the. It's gonna be at the bottom, but for now I need them at the top. Make more sense. And these are going to be Command E together so that we have like multiple points, and we are simply going to remove the points that are in the center and simplify as much as we can the overall render of these to basically transform that into a background stuff. Oops, not that. Ah. Is it the same already? Goddamn. Cool. That shape specifically, the goal of it is to have it black and in the background, um, to get our main shape, our main shape, uh, right there. That these layers, these entries in the center are gonna be pure black all the time, and pretty good, pretty good. But do that here instead of doing it where in the initial components. It's bad. That was bad. Cool. So there's so much thing that I don't like how it's supposed to be made. But that's fine. What I'm not liking is these, because I didn't really have them in the overexposed version. I kind of missed these teeny tiny details, and need to be there. They need to be added. So bring back the opacity here, or not the opacity, but like the that. The that is pretty good as always. You can see that edge. I guess. Yes, that's the only way. That give us the edge. Kinda. I need a I need details. It needs details. Right there. It also needs to match with the rest. So that's kinda gonna be debatable. It matter, to be honest. It doesn't really matter. Gonna be fine anyways. Oh, that blends in so much. God damn it. The blend is going to be a bit of an overlay nightmare to properly make it. But you know, we have skills, I think. Hopefully, hopefully we do. I don't know. I don't know. Top version as well. Top version is ah, top version is a bit of an issue. It's either I'm doing it at the top, or I'm duplicating that shape on the right. I think duplicating the shape on the right is going to be the easiest version. So that it's just like the inner section is going to be a gradient up to here, and then that shape is going to darken the edge. Probably, but yeah, another reason I'm not using the library from coding perspective, learning how something works makes it easier to modify using something with predefined limits. Yes, that is true. That is true. I mean, I can't argue with that. Not that I would like to argue with that, but yeah. Don't worry, shape with the CH works as French. This is the language I recognize. And CH means sh as well. And also my dyslexia didn't allow me to read anything properly, so I probably read it without paying attention. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, I think that's gonna be better. Better to an extent. Probably good. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, probably good. That's weird. Still. We have the edges. There is a texture here that I'm gonna use a texture for that and not anything else. But there will be a lot of grain in this. I feel like I need this as well. It seems like a necessary element to happen. Bitch. I wasn't expecting this one though. I wasn't expecting this one. But yeah, if you didn't know, Figma just keeps the last settings you had for most of the things. So if you have created a line with dots, it will reuse the dots. If you have created a text with a specific size of fonts, it will reuse that same fonts, that you don't really lose anything. Yeah, that's the idea. That is the idea. At least for Figma. Which I agree with. 90% of the time it's a good idea. But sometimes, I mean, we're still talking about Figma, so sometimes it's really shit. Which is really sad. Again, I wish they tested what they create. That would make so much more sense. But they don't. I'm sure of it. I mean, they test with a specific type of users. Which, again, is a bad move. But yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah. I mean, they should hire external people. They should hire people that have used the tool as one group of their target audience. So I'm gonna go there because this is a rant that I will die on this hill for sure, on purpose with everything. Basically, what happens is that they are catering to their business partners, which makes a lot of sense, and it's the one that pay them the most. So anything that is in the business company, like enterprise seat, they need to pay $1,000 a month at a minimum. because they need 100 I mean, they pay $60 a month, I think, not even $14 a month per seats. They need at least 7 seats. Then enterprise also have like more than 7 employees, and so on. So it's a minimum of thousands of dollars per month, which makes a lot of sense, financially speaking. But these make the tool bad for the rest of the user base. And I get it. The rest of the user base is not the users that make the most money to the platform. However, they are who makes the tool exist. Because without the people that don't pay, either in the free tier or the initial tier that is paid, we use it, we like the tool, and we recommend it to other people. I create bootcamp about it. I'm talking about it on stream, all that. But if you don't cater to me, I'm going to move to another tool, and I'm going to move the other people that I'm teaching or helping to that tool. And you're going to lose some people. And I don't have the most massive following, but most of the influencers in design are currently using Figma. If Figma continues doing these shits, it's going to be a pain. Like, you can't force people to pay for seats for multiple things. Like, it's again, the seat payment thing makes absolutely no sense. I pay for my seats, and then I have someone else that pays for their seats to come in my file. I need to pay for their seats as well. It's the same thing as buying concert tickets. If I pay for a seat, I have a ticket to enter, but I'm coming with a friend, I don't need to pay for their tickets as well. Like, they pay for theirs, I pay for mine, and I have access to the thing. That works. But in Figma's world, it seems that I pay for my tickets to enter the concert, and my friends pay for their tickets. But because I'm coming with them, I'm paying for their tickets as well. And because they are coming with me, they are paying for my ticket as well. So we have 2 people paying for 4 tickets. Makes no sense. Anyways, Figma's pricing. It just makes no sense. Makes no sense. That's about it. That's the rent. That was the rent. We're done. I don't know if I want to do these. I might. I might. Just that angle around here, just because it's pretty neat, but also it's gonna be a bit of a pain. The reason why I'm not sure is because of the bottom, because the bottom is curved. This is flat, so that's easy to do. Like, bottom is kind of curved. It's gonna be a bit of ass move. Ass move. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. I'm gonna figure it out. So that is gonna take also Figma being like zoomed in because I've been recording for 3 days straight. I don't see much. Gradients rotated in the right order, and we need 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 stops somewhere around here. Yeah, I mean, if I'm recording the bootcamp that are going to be paid, I usually don't stream, you know, for reasons, good reasons, but still for reasons. Ah, for fuck's sake. Yes, I feel like I need to put them side by side instead of on top of each other because the distance between the two is making me not seeing things in a way that I should see things. Like that. That's much better. I placed that way not where it's supposed to go, so that's good to know. This point is supposed to be around here, this point is supposed to be around here, it's gonna be that. If it was. There. I think the transition is not good, and smooth gradient is not gonna help. Probably my colors. The color picker is not what needs to be done, but what needs to be picked right there. But that's a good starting point. I'm gonna reverse that. That's a good starting point. I'm doing it in one go, which is not a good idea. Let's be clear about that. Not good. Gonna be much better if we have some sort of a gradient specifically at the bottom right there to give us like that fan thing. I'm gonna remove this one because it makes no sense and because it's gonna be much better for me to get this color from here with a radial gradient instead of something else. Inverted, and that color on the outside is going to be this one at 0% so that we have something that makes more sense. That gradient is going to be around here, up to there, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Seems better. Seems better. Cool. Next, this thing. This thing, which is the top, has basically just a gradient, but it goes from the lightest plus the dark thing, and it goes back to a bit lighter right there. Right there. So, simple, same thing. Regular gradient. We're just gonna use colors that we can find. I think that's going to black. I'm gonna take the darkest option right there. That's gonna be okay. Right? Right. Um. Hmm. Debatable. Eh. Close. Close. The transition needs to be a bit sharper, similar to what we currently have, but also I don't want it to be too sharp. What am I saying? What am I saying? And we have a bit of a gradient at the top, so that might be the reason why I have a bit of an issue with it right now. So let's add the darkening top section, regular gradient, vertical gradient from the other side. But we have that come in. It's flat, and we could add a lightning, maybe. Radial reversed. Again, still the same issue with Figma. Right there. That's fine. That is fine. We have this. Yeah. I don't know. It depends what you want to do, to be honest. Ah, do I do that? I might. Might do that. I might not do. Yes, that's not. How? How? How is going to be the question. Um, I fear this is going to be it. Where I need to be subtle in my placement to highlight the right part without really bleeding on the other side. Right there and potentially right here. We could do that, these two in one go, probably. Right here. And then, as we said, that radio is going to be like kind of subtle right there. The other option, the thing that I was thinking about earlier, is maybe um, blurring this to get a bit of a softer transition, but I don't know if it's a good idea. I mean, it is a good idea, but I don't know if it's going to be a great idea. I mean, I guess great idea is going to be better. Let's add an effect that's going to be an inner shadow so that we have our transition in the background thingy, which implies that this radial transition here has a bit of an issue. Huh. Not really. That blends is because I'm a dumbass. Yeah, that's the reason. That is the reason. So, one of the reasons why I'm using a component as a base for the line art is because right now I have a bit of an issue here, which means I can just bump that shape up. Now I should be good. Now that whole thing that was kind of bleeding through at the top is now filled in. And we good. That's a bit of a trick, but it works and we like it. Well, I mean, for now, I'm already not doing it because it's painful to look at. So, no, but maybe. Uh, uh, all that, everything. That thing needs to go up. Good to know. The same thing, because I'm using like a component, I can just move the shape up until I can see it where it needs to be, and then just deal with it later. Right now, we don't really care about that. But I can see that this one, for example, is not up enough. It needs to go higher in terms of position. So right around here, above everything, just get our dots right there. Should be good. Should be good. That texture is pretty good so far. It is not perfect, but it's really neat. Let's color these. These are gonna be a radial gradient. I'm gonna pee though. BRB. All right, we're back. I think. So, more shape, more shape. I'm looking at the bottom one right now with my head tilt, and looking at it there because of the highlight being like really, really shared. It feels like it would be easier for me to just do that in one single shape. But also I'm thinking about making this highlight element kind of a single shape as well, because it kind of works, but I don't know. I have doubts. Let's focus on this one. Can I shut the fuck up and do the thing instead? Please? Much better. So this color right here, I think I'm gonna use a radial gradient for this.
すみません、お兄ちゃん。これはシーシですか？シーシ。
I guess. I guess. Yeah, I guess radial would work. Huh? I'm unsure because of how sharp and flat it is around here. That's the only reason why I'm debating the radial, because the radial here would help me to have the curve right there, which is really good. But it might not necessarily work, so you know what? We'll see. I'm gonna say that. It's gonna be a pain. It's gonna be fine. So center is gonna have that color, followed by that color, followed by that color, and then at the edge, we're gonna have that color. Cool. This is gonna be somewhere around here with an expansion, and we need these things to be really, really specific. So, they come around here. Yeah, that's the thing. It needs to be somehow, to me, here to get the transition right. Can you stop? Yeah, Figma is really shit right now. But I can't really have it flat there. Like I have the effect, I have the overall outcome okay. But it doesn't blend in as much. But it's a good base, to be honest. I can just have that as a starting point and use that with an overlapping radial right there. That will take that color right here, just on top of everything, um, blend it in with a regular linear, right? Goes from here, somehow here. It just blends it in. I guess that works. And then we need a highlight. Radial with a center being there. Side being darker, but at 0%. It needs to be here. Such a subtle thing. It's too strong. Already at 20%. Damn. Okay. Cool. Oh, I might need to split this in two. I'm seeing the fact that these have a gradient that don't match the rest. So the angle here is not the same angle that I have on the bottom ones, or the color gradient that we need to have. So we might need to split them into two rather than just keep one. That's pretty simple. You just duplicate. Oh, God damn. Why? I don't understand that. At 9 p.m. my time, every time I stream, YouTube just decides to not receive data. And then it brings back the thing, which is fine. But it just spins for like a second as if I wasn't receiving anything. And I think it's just uh, the fucking, how's it called? Wi-Fi, because the PC is on Wi-Fi. Again, it's mostly because I'm streaming from the Mac and the PC is looking at what YouTube is receiving. So it's not the Wi-Fi. Technically, if you want to be French, which please don't, but if you want to be French, it's la Wi-Fi, which I hate. Makes no sense that Wi-Fi is feminine and not masculine because it's. I mean, I get it. It's a wave. It's a wave is feminine and but we say low Wi-Fi as well. La Wi-Fi is just so weird. It's so weird. It sounds so bad. I hate it. Red over. That's gonna take a gradient, a small gradient like this, from kind of black to kind of gray, which is almost what we already have. Pinpoint the right color right there. Closer. And then the black, is it pure black? That's the question. I don't think so. Oh, it's pretty close, you know. I could keep it pure black though. That's pretty good. That's bad. You should. No, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. I have said nothing. You heard nothing. You don't know what I was about to say. That is not true. Okay, this is going to be the most annoying part of this segment. The dots, for me, not for you. You don't really care. This needs an effect. This needs an effect that needs to be an inner shadow with almost no blur and no like distance to give us the highlights and darkness off. The thing is that highlight and darkness behaviors that we currently have, in order to render them properly in a way that makes sense for this element, and it's gonna be a pain because it doesn't make sense. Like this one, for example, has the shadow that is not 45, it's mostly like a 30 something degrees. But it's, god damn it. Dapshi, hi, welcome on. This is the fourth of the day, which is crazy. It also has a bit of an issue for me with the highlight not being visible at the top because it needs to blend in with the highlights at the bottom. So there is a blending mode that needs to happen on that drop shadow, inner shadow thing. And I don't know if I can make it in a way that makes sense. So we'll see. We'll see. Debshi, how are you? God damn. It was already shoulder day today. I mean, not just shoulder, mostly arm day, but god damn. I also decided to go up a level. So instead of taking the regular 20s, I'm now taking the 22s. Dumbbells. And if you are not from Europe, 22s seems light. These are 22 kilos. So 22s are 45s in pounds. So yeah, it's a bit heavier than expected. Anyway. I fear that I need to make that smaller. I mean, I'm not waiting. If you shared something on here and you want feedback on that take priorities. I hate it. Though I think personally that this shape is a bit too complex to be recognized from far away. The secondary version that you've done, I don't know if that's like something that you have done or something that was generated for you, but this is a bit better in terms of recognizability from further away, just because it's well, it's simpler. That makes more sense. Depending on what it's for, I have not read anything because this is way too long. And but it it has options. Like this is way too complex. The weird thing for me is that this looks like you probably have explained what it is and how it looks in the message, but this looks like an eagle head or phoenix head from the top with like the beak around here and like the eyes and all that. and that doesn't at all. I don't know what that is. And the leaves are cute. So let me read that. Made a rough draft concept for logo and Photoshop sketching for a few days, debating altering it before fine-tuning Figma. The I read slow, sorry. Sorry. Uh, Again, it depends where it's going to be used. So in there, you don't really explain where you're going to use this. You explain the concept of it. I think this is way too complex of a logo to be recognized from far away. Remember that most of the time when a logo is visible, it's teeny tiny. And if it's a server icon, it's going to be around here, which, yeah, you can see. Uh, it's going to be really tiny, so smaller than this. So you need something that is recognizable at a glance without really having to pay attention. If it's just weird, like for example, Julie has a very much too complex thing, at least in my eyes. Like James or Figma overall have really good things. Siki has a really nice pen tool, simple thing. That same thing, obviously biased, but these two are really good. You know, makes sense. They are simple, simplified, all day. I would go with this. Um, Potentially because a server knowing how Discord works, they will change their fucking server icon at some point, ensuring that it works in a circle, in a square, in a hexagon shape thing. Probably going to be a good idea. This one right now is good for the server because it can match with the edge of the icon itself at the bottom. But yeah, I do like this one way more because it's simpler and recognizable at a glance. These, no. Mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Not an option. Um, and then you can simplify it. I don't think this works now. Yeah, it does. It does work. Like if I take the, let me just do that, bitch. Let me just, bitch. Sorry. Um, if I had this with, let's say it's a white thing, and I'm doing the Discord border, which is I think is around 32. If I take your icon and I place it somewhere around there, like to me that's an interesting thing to have. Not white, I guess for you, you might go for a dark mode something or a dark green to have like a simple ID. I don't fucking know. You do whatever the fuck you want. But, um, I'd go for something like this in terms of recognizability from afar, because you would have that for you but through the stream, roughly, or maybe a tiny bit tinier would be a thing. Or simply having it in the center where you had it earlier. It feels too floaty for me. But again, Discord being Discord, the potential for them to do that at some point and have like badges or server badges, server images be like rounded is not 0. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I would do that, personally speaking. And then I don't know if I would simplify it more. Um, for something like this, for example. In bright red, yes. No. Um, that might be too much, to be honest. Too much of a simplification. What? Bitch. All right. Meh. Probably not. I think this is too simplified and not recognizable at all. Also, not detailed enough. Right there, like there is so many things that needs to change and be changed to make sure that it just works. But like that probably needs to be a tad bigger and more leafy. You might need this to be taller, this to be outside instead of being inside. Make it makes more sense. There might again be a need for more space in between the lines. Um, the command key, and then you just bend that. And if you want to bend the line from here, it's the when you're in the pen tool, it's the which were you at? It's the Alt key technically, but yeah. Right now it just doesn't. It's the Alt key when you're on this handle. My bad. My bad. Yeah, I feel like this would be better. To have a bit of a similar distance. And you might need something like a line in the center that is kind of smaller. Straight line and pull it from somewhere in the middle. Yes. Is this a question? Do you want to know how to do straight lines? Is that what you say? Ah, sorry. That might be better if you do if you do Enos. Yeah, I mean, in Illustrator it is. In Figma you can't. I mean, you can, but you can't. But you can, but you can't. Forget about it. Think about it as you can't. Uh, it's a plugin. You have the ability to use a plugin that is called path. Ah, variable path thing, and then when you have this, you can go in and say, well, here, right there, I need this point to be like smaller and slimmer, and here, right here, I need to do the same thing, to match. But then that means that here we need this to be like bigger so that we have our effect, which is what you want to do right there. At least that's how I'm understanding your point. Which is an option, but it's still a plugin, and that implies in a way that well, you use that, and then once it's applied, is what we need. Um, you have it here, and you can then use that right there, but it's broken, it's shit, it's really bad, and we hate it. Because after that, you need to go in and ensure that everything is perfect and well made and all that. So it's a pain. That's all I can say. It seemed good when they created it, but yeah. Um, Also, it's also a pain because right now we are in 128 by 128. If we had a shape that was like much bigger, that would be better. I guess the main recommendation I would have would be to get this and do that with a half shape. That would make it better. So you can have the ability to say this is 4 times bigger. It's, much bigger. And then you use the same plugin and you can then go in, add your variations where you need them to be. And now that should be better. And from there, your ability to go in, select everything, export, revert, or not export, but like export and replace. You have them like kind of overlap. It's going to be easier, but you can see how things are not exactly how I define them. So it's an option, but it's not good, but it's an option if you really need to. What I would say. But the bigger the shape in the initial state, the better the outcome with that plugin specifically. And that's the only plugin I know of that gives us the ability to do that. So, yeah. However, what I had in mind here was to get it like this, for example. God damn it. You know what? I know, that looks like a helmet. Um, but basically have some of these, potentially like multiples to just have the tips highlighted with the shape you want to get like the fullness of the leaves could be an option. But then again, I think that what you've made here is more recognizable than this. This is like a designer thing. If the server itself is game Terraria and all the thing that you have listed earlier, that makes way more sense than this. This is really a me thing. So yeah. But I like that. I like that. Sorry. This is reversed. Like basically like that. Because that top edge is sending us a shadow. So that's how it is. So far seems pretty good. That shape here has a bit of an issue. You're welcome. Has a gradient. The top gradient is taking too dark. Yeah, that's bad. That lighter version is way too light. It's that's what it is. Yes. Okay, cool. Um, the thing that I'm seeing is that it has a border. I guess it's gonna be the outside. It could be centered, but I'm gonna use outside for now. And it's using something that is way darker. And it is somehow here. Way darker just on one side, which is really sad for me. It's gonna be fine. So we use that, and then the goal right here for me is going to be having an effect that's gonna need to be a layer blur to blend in with the background. That's the main point. Second point is gonna be this thing is a radial angular gradient, which takes my center point right there with the as much circular as I can make it, like this, yes. That bleeds in like there, and then this. Somewhere around here. Cool. So this thing is that color right here. That one is going to be that color right there, and we need something around here to be pure black. It just bleeds in, but we have our transition right around there. Like a tad bit more blurred in. I'm gonna do that. Yep. Bitch. Sorry. This one was hard. Hard. That transition is wrong. I hate it. It's no good. It's fine. They inverted this thing at the top. Black. And opacity? Probably. To get our kind of bleed out. Yeah. Well, I'm fine with that. I need one single highlight right there in that corner. That's just gonna be pure white. with a very, very, very radial gradient coming from here, inverted colors, and gonna be tiny, tiny. The goal is to have the point in the corner and then that element here to be really, really small to give us that teeny tiny highlight. Yeah, just like that. You can't see that on stream. It is so tiny. Cool. I'm seeing the time, and I mean, I'm seeing that I've been live for what, almost 3 hours, and we've been working on that for like 2 hours now. So good. No good. Apparently we have a bit of a highlight here as well, which is kind of weird. It's the bounce back of the light from the floor to bottom of the controller thing. So that is on top of this as well. It's going to be a radial as well, but it's going to be a duplicate of that similar existing one that we just created. Just going to move that, some bitch, not there, somewhere around here, make it tiny again, and hope for the best. Right? Somehow here with the right angle there. Yeah, something like that. Something like that can work. Texture here is too gray. Too gray? Are you kidding me? The gray is too light. That's what I wanted to say. Could make it lighter, darker. God damn it. I can't speak. I can't speak. So, now, these have a shadow. They have an inner drop shadow that is annoying already. Yeah, they have that. Right there. And then this thing is duplicated, drops at 1-1. And not being an inner, but being a drop shadow. Probably having like a bit of a, nope, probably having a bit of a blur to blend in. And it probably based on how it looks. Seems it needs to be darker because these are black. Black. I think the blur is gonna be lower, the black is gonna be higher. I fear it's gonna be a 0.5, 0.5. Make it make sense. 0.8. Yeah. Oh yeah. Fair point. Fair point. You said nothing, but that's a fair point. This needs to have a blur. Yes. So we need to bump the inner shadow that is the highlight version. That one right there. And we need to make it on top. Ensure that it has maybe even double it to be a tad lighter, you know, that right there. But we have the ID. And then that thing, and probably this thing as well, is going to need to have a layer blur like 1 pixel or 2 pixel 1.5 probably, to blend it in with the rest of the thing. I forgot that. That's the truth. That's what I forgot. Less tight. The pattern that they have here is way more linear and specific compared to mine, but like these lines are perfectly aligned compared to mine, which are verticals instead of having like these kind of weird ass curves. You have issues here and there. So yeah, I don't want to recreate it, but I kind of want to recreate it. Just because it's perfectly aligned here. Like it's really straight lines all the way up. Oh, you know what that means. Point one on this, just so that I can play with. Point one was a bad idea. I think I'm gonna just do a 0.5 instead. Otherwise, I can't see them. The white. I think the whitest bitch is this one. Yeah. And then I just need to do that. That's the thing. So, cool. Let's do this. Make sure that we take the same pattern that we have here, right there, that I just see exactly how it looks. And let's remove the layer blur so that I can see where if the things are placed properly, and show that our spacing in between is equal. Apparently 10 is pretty much perfect. That's impressive. And that is going to be duplicated like so. I guess. You know what? So much more alignment perfections. Kinda. Me lying right there, but it is much better. Not perfection, but it is much better. See, that's the issue. There is a bit of a tightness at the top, but most of the bottom is less tight, more tight, much better. Yeah, no, it is perspective. I agree with that. It's just a bitch apparently better. Also, Figma is crying. There is too many points right there. It is apparently better to get this way to get my starting point and end point better. You can see how it's just match almost every single point. So it's not perfect, obviously, but had better, I'd say. Yeah, I don't think this is 45. I think this is textured stuff right there. Probably. Gonna remove these two. Like I would need to bend that to make it makes more sense. That would be a good option. That would be a good option. I would. Not right now. Figma is struggling. Struggling. You can't hear the fan of my computer, but like, god damn. That is what I call struggle. For sure. Um, yeah, there's still a bit of a misalignment thing here and there, so I don't know. It's gonna be it's gonna need a bit of rework in a second. So this is going here. I should just merge them now, to be honest. I think that's gonna be better, but I'm lazy. Not true. Depends on the day. Depends on the day. I mean, also, uh, lazy. Uh, right here, with me doing all of the fucking points, is kind of false, you know. So these things together, you know, man, E works better together. Now we have all of our points around there, so let's make a bit more sense. And this is now gonna be a tad better. So these, if I remove that and place my gradient better here with, oh, that's bad. Oh, ooh. That going here and there. You see, that's more natural. That is more natural. God damn it. Come on. Thank you. Yeah, feels better. Feels a tad better in terms of how it looks. It's so subtle, you can't really see that, but it's fine. The sides, because I didn't do that, the side yet. That is the same thing. This is a very basic gradient going from here to pitch, going from here to here, with the center being around there. Fine there. Looking at it closer, it kind of looks like it's arched, so I might do that arched instead of this. Which means this. Wait. Right, so that you have the bit of a clump thing right there. That makes more sense. Darker around here, lighter around there. That makes more sense. And then from here, we just have a pure white radial at the top. Inverted. Always. Let's just highlight this section. Good. Good enough. Not good, but good enough. And this thing right there is supposed to be that color, but inside, and it's a gradient from, you know what, it's pretty much a clear path from here to here. This one being there, but it's probably going to be at 0%, but you have a nice transition on top of it. The only thing that you want is to ensure that this point right there is in the right spot. It blends in nicely. That seems pretty good. It's a bit strong still, but that's fine. This one is kind of the same thing-ish. That color in the center, I could reverse it, that is true. The texture will go in, don't worry about it. It's, we have a plugin for that. We have a plugin for that. We have a plugin for everything, basically. Why did I do that? Sorry, I just... Yeah, plugin for noise. Because it makes more sense. Huh, I don't know. That looks really bad. There I go. Hi, welcome in. It would be, yes. It would be way better and way easier to do it in that was the issue. Better inside of Blender. Even for me, specifically for me, I don't know. But yeah. That's an edge lit bitch. Yes. Am I edge litting it? I guess. So if you need an edge lit, you just need an inner shadow, which is white, and reversed. So -4, for example, going to be pretty good. With more blur, kind of good, but that's bleeding through too much, so I'm gonna need that to be a shape. Yes, the trigger right here needs a blur. It will have like a bit of a layer blur later, for sure. Right now I'm trying to get most of the volumetric good for now. can focus on the rest after. Hmm. Almost. It's a bit too strong at the bottom. Yeah. That's fixable at the top, so I don't really care. That's fine. Ugh. Fine-ish. Fine-ish. Mm. I'm seeing the edge right there. That's what pisses me off. Guess I could do that this way, but that's not that good. Anyways, Terrakon, how are you? How have you been? How's everything? That's the usual question. I guess. Fine. Fine. And then from the top, we want basically the same. So I'm gonna do this one, and then I'm gonna duplicate that specific radial gradient and apply it at the top with an effect that's gonna be easier to do than doing it the other way around. So this is gradient going from the top to the bottom. If that's the top, that gives us this value right here, going up to somewhere around there, going there to something like that, going later on to something a tad darker, and then here we have that color right there. Yeah, almost in place. Not quite. Good. Good. Cool. So that gradient, the thing that I just said, that gradient right here, which is almost good here, I think it needs to be a tad bit sharper around there. That needs to be smaller to make more sense. Just to highlight something that shines at the bottom, and then this could do just there, you know, just for the sake of having transitions. Now that we have this radial gradient, linear gradient right here, I can just take it, duplicate it, and paste it around here on top of this frame already. And then take that and just make it match with the other side. And now we have roughly, I mean, that's wrong, but roughly the same elements. The only thing that I need to do is ensure that it's a tad bit transparent right here. And now that we have this, we can just add another again. Guessed it. radial. On top of that radial is gonna take that darker shade right there. So it seems pretty black to me. Mm, fine. And in one of these, for the transition again. Ah, right there. Pioneer. I guess that's better, at least in my eyes. From right now. So the only thing that we need to do now is the top, and the joystick is not for today, for sure. Not for today. Let's rotate that to make sense. Make sure that it's on the angle. Initial color. Ooh. Kind of that light. We have that darkness around here, and then we have that highlight. Almost the lightest option. Goes around there, so that blends around here. The base, and then this one, which is the shape that we added afterward, has a bit of a same thing, kind of guessed it graded. That gradient needs to be that darkness followed by, to the other side, that color, and it's supposed to be somehow like this. I fear it'll be a radio again. I mean, I don't fear, I know. That's the thing. I just know. That's gonna be a radio again. Just need to find the angle. Cool. So, what am I missing? That. Yes. That line right there. I'm missing that line. There is a very specific line right from here to somewhere around straight down here that I'm missing, and yeah, that needs to be black. Cool, done. Is there anything else that I'm missing in terms of lines and transitions? That transition is really shit, to be honest. It could benefit from an overlapping content. I don't know if I want to do that. I do. I'm lying. Yes. Still do it. I'm gonna do it anyway. So, this is roughly the same color on both, and we want it to be really, really tiny. From here to here, it's just gonna be in the center. It's just gonna blend in that transition that we have. Bitch! Right there. Pretty much just breaking everything every time. Makes more sense. Bottom highlights on the handle. Right there, yeah. That's true. That is true. Mm. Eh. Well, it doesn't really like it has a bit of an issue right there. That's the thing. Like it does already. I just need to place it in the right center off to have the edge lit properly. And that makes sense. Which means that this is not the center that I need. This is the center that I need. Yeah, there's one that is right there and another one that is right there. Like it's the texture as well that would help for sure to get my lighting proper. Right now, I'm thinking about that shape that I need. Right there. That's I know, Roji. Don't ask. You're getting paid by Figma already. Oh shit, that's the wrong page. There. Um, that what we want. Size is 0.1, so that's pretty good. I'm thinking this needs to be in fill, not in fit. We have a grainer, finer grain on this. Let's do 4. Yeah, somewhere around 48, I guess. More grainy. Being pretty good. And that overall thing is gonna give us the probably overlay or multiply or something. It's better. Hence, that textures I guess. Yeah. You know, it's on stream. It's probably not looking like much. Um, God damn it. Ah, that's wrong. It's wrong. Not what we want. We want that, basically. Want that to fade. To fade in. Survival. Hi, welcome in. It is. It is kind of. I mean, it is Wednesday's creation day, so we need to create something, and the creation for today has ended up being this thing. That's better. The thing that I said earlier is I would probably have a bit of a layer blur on this to blend in, you know, the edges, but also like that specific element. Make it make more sense and, well, blend in, that's the fucking name. But that's good. Ish. I don't like that. I don't like that point right there. I need to fix that. Oh. You know. On this, you say? Oh, damn, I forgot about that. Interesting. Ah, sorry. That was loud. It was louder than expected. Louder than expected. You heard nothing? Um, oh, yeah. I see. I see. I guess that makes sense, but it's also like not making a lot of sense right here. Like that curve is not the curve that I need. And I don't want to just do that, but that kind of works as well. It's almost perfect. I'm obviously exaggerating on this one. But yeah, it's almost great. As if I did my job for some reason. Because we have the inner edge thing, I think. I had two overlapping radial. This one with one diagonally on the right top of the current one. So what you're saying right top is bitch, get the fuck out. You want one around here to blend in. I guess, yeah. I mean, I think the initial part that this is an angular gradient might be the issue. Um, but yeah. I think what you're saying is this, right? To get the angle, which is not really true, like kinda. And then maybe it's this where that specific color needs to be a bit more in. Make more sense. I feel like it's pretty good. I feel like it's pretty good so far. Something's missing though. Yeah, it's really sharp. That's the thing. When I'm looking at it here, it's pretty sharp from every angle. It's just like that specific, like that element is way too bright. So I guess it's mostly like this thing needs to be as if it needs to be darker overall to better match the transition. And we can highlight it by adding another overlap right there. Right somewhere around here, I think. No, not that. Yeah. Tag something on screen as in graffiti or as in tag some different stuff? Which tag we talking about? Yeah, the thing is, with allowing users to use points to draw something on the screen is a recipe for dicks all around the stream at all times. Just because, I mean, to make it good for the user to point something specific, it needs to be cheap enough so that people that comes in and just want to participate can. afford it. But people that don't really ask question much, but are still there, are just racking up points, and then it's just dicks all day. You know, it's fine. Fine. It depends. It depends. Sometimes it's okay. That's a bit strong, but that's fine. Just play with it. Good job. Thank you. Second. I kind of like that. I think that's almost good. That curve is really annoying, to be honest. First one was weird. That first one was weird. Not gonna lie on this. It felt bad. It felt bad. Yeah, the reason why it's complicated is because it is like an angle going on a circle, and so these shape even in Blender is kind of more annoying to create. But yeah, that I think the just do that to highlight it a bit better, get a bit more inside. Could be better overall. And then that edge is really bad. um, I can't really do anything about it, to be honest. Like that transition is either on point right there, or it's not, but I can't blend it more. I mean, I can find it. Thank you. That's the second time today. It's crazy. No, not that. Hey. Finally, the only way that I have to make it more faded in. Not good. Not bad. It's not good. Um, yeah. Well, yeah, that's not the point. All right. To be honest, for 3 hours and chatting, that's pretty good. That's really good. There are levels in specific details where I would probably say it would be better to add stuff. Like, for for example, here, I would probably make this highlight. Just have that edge be a bit brighter. Make it more make sense. Yeah, but that's the issue. It's first glance. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Right, a bit lighter around here makes more sense, which means that I could do the exact same thing around there. So we have lighter points right about the exact same right there, around here. Very subtle, but like it blends in the rest. That might be a bit too strong, to be honest. But maybe 10% instead of 20 would help transition the right there. Copy. Yeah, it's this thing. Okay, there. It's wrong, but yeah. Able to make shapes to blend between values. Yes and no, not really. Yes, basically you use radial, but you need to define like I'm thinking I mean, what you're talking about is probably like transparency and elements that needs to blend in a bit better. Like for example, this corner right here needs to take the same color that we have right around here, but blend in maybe like this, but it's mostly around there. Doesn't feel that much impacted, but overall, no, you can't really blend in the shapes. I mean, you can, but not, you know, not exactly good. Not exactly good. I'm also seeing that this curve is almost wrong. Now that I'm looking at it, I'm just gonna make it better. It blends in better right there. No, not really. Not there. Figma new blur version is really shitty. Sorry. And I wish it wasn't, but it is. So can't really do much about it, to be honest. Just that's what it is. And yeah. Like, the only thing that you have at your disposal is ensuring that your gradients are more accurate than before. And with that, you should be pretty good. But yeah. I think from a streaming perspective, like from where you are and what you're seeing, from what I'm seeing on my phone or on the PC. From here, it looks really, really similar. It's just my highlight around here is a bit stronger. And the transition there is kind of shitty, but that's about it. Pretty good already. Um, like I think this would require some sort of a shape from me to make it like more natural. A shape like this, for example, might help um, to get the. God damn it. Can you stop? Thank you. God damn, that was complicated. Like here, for example, to get that kind of sharp-ish transition, I need to get this radial um, gradient to be something something a really similar color as the black on the outside, and the white point being somewhere around here, and blending in as much as I can make it blends. But yeah, that's just. Are you talking about this highlight edge? Because we already have it. It's already two separated shape. So. Like here, for example, I would need to have some sort of a gradient mask to make it blend in better. Um, but and I'm old. Um, but yeah, it is an option. Like it's basically because of the texture. It's technically not an edge, but you know, it's fine. Kind of helps. It kind of helps. And this one, again, I think it's the dang. That needs to be who? Who said that? That's the angle we need, but we need that with a radial. It's gonna be the same at the end of the day. Like this thing is just such a stuff there. Uh, yes. Survival, yes, to an extent. Um, there is. It's paid, which is pissing me off. I wish it wasn't. There's magician, which I don't know if it still works, and it used to be a tool that was made for Figma as a plugin, and then Figma acquired the thing. I mean, they acquired the whole team, so could potentially be something, but it's uh, it's a bit limited in terms of what it can do. The other option of, and I hate it, is Galileo, which we have tried many times, and I mean many times. We have tried 3 times, and it hasn't really done anything. It's really good if you need basic templates in no time. There's that, and then the Figma AI is also a thing. So if you need something in terms of create a screen with first draft right here, you could say, I need like a basic app, or I need a website or something. You could use that directly to prompt it right here. And let's say you needed like a food delivery app, whatever, it will generate something, or it should. Right now, it's probably going to be all over the place. But it will generate something that match with what you have asked it to do based on the UI kit that is available in Figma, which is the Material Design UI 3 and Apple Human Guideline interfaces for iOS 18. And so in combination of this, you have the ability to then just say, well, I need this to be green and light mode instead. And then maybe that's good. That's all you needed. And you have your screen done. It generated the images. God dang. For you. That's crazy that they are the same. The icons and the components and all that. So that's an option in Figma. I don't know if it is only available for paid users. Have no clue. But you do have access to this. However, again, it is really, really, really basic. And it's based on templates. So if you need something that is a bit more custom, which for you is the case, well, that's not going to be good. But yeah, other than that, like we don't really have any other pretty good option, at least for now, that I know of. Much better. Much better curve right there. And then with tools designed specifically for the AI related tools for UI and creation, the only ones that we know is, again, Galileo AI, which is something. Creathy seems to be good as well, and Visily is something that has been recommended for us to check at some point. So these two might be an option. Again, I don't know. I just know that it exists, but haven't really tried it. And Creathy, I have sneakily tried it. But yeah, it is basically, I think, what you're asking in a way, that you can just go in and add stuff. It's really much a copy of Figma, so that's an option. But again, I haven't tried it in depth, so I don't know how good and how detailed it can be, or it can become. That's the main issue. Is the main issue. But yeah, that's about it. That's most of the things. Haven't tried Motif, so don't talk about it much. Same thing as Creathy. It seems the same thing, but maybe they work for you. Maybe they work for you. That's wrong, but we seem to have a bit of a highlight around here, so I just wanted to get this blended in, maybe being like at 20% or 32%, just to light this edge just this smidge, you know. Not much. Not much. I think this needs to be darker, but that means that this needs to be darker as well. I mean, not that dark, but I feel like this. Sorry. um, like Telecom, that's the only thing that you can do, by the way. Ensuring that your gradient, for example, is the color that you need to have, which is like the darker color that I have right here. And then the other side is equal to the existing color. To have a good blend is almost the only thing that I can do to make things more natural here and there. So still not good, but it's better than nothing. And that would, in a way, that edge right here needs to be brighter. Not by much, but add. I think people just overcolor, overlay stuff. Stuff like this, as in, what is stuff like this? You mean to get like different colors? I don't understand what you're saying. Not that, I'm tired. Like to potentially get something like, oh, interesting. Something like that. Well, you can definitely can do that, and you can have it in a bit of a better overall format. I'm sure that there is like an option that would make it like more natural in terms of how it looks. Like maybe the hue is giving you a bit of a better greenish gray rather than something else. Overlay seems pretty good, to be honest. That's basically the Halo green. As far as I'm concerned, it's a bit more saturated, but that's basically the Halo green. Um, maybe that. But yeah, I'm probably sure that makes no sense. I think that yeah, if you needed to see how the shape would need to be in a different color, that would be an option. But again, uh, I am sure that is not probably. I am sure that this is not what happens. They don't do that in Figma. They do that in Blender, whatever tool they use for generating and creating these shapes, and then the material that they have asked to add, they just change the material. They can have something that is grainy, something that is like shiny, and so on as options. You know, always good, always good. Yeah, that that's wrong. Sorry. And yes, just because the mold has been sandblasted. Good little bitch. Sorry, that's a different reference. It is a different reference. You don't know about that. You don't need to know about that either. I think I'm done. I think I think I think I need sleep because tomorrow I have MRI to do in the morning, and yeah, that needs to happen. I'm not done. I'm seeing something. I'm seeing things. I'm saying things. I need one of these. Shit. Yeah, that highlight is a bit better. I made it a bit too inside, but yeah. Uh, it's like, it needs to be around here, basically, and it needs to be tighter. No more touching. That's an image that's going to be on socials. And if I have the time, um, I'm going to chop up that video and that stream to make, no, the joystick is not, I'm not doing it. Not today. Not today. Look at that bitch. That, no. Not good. Like, it's basically the same thing as um, the HomePod, which I don't know if I saved it as a thing. I didn't. Uh, yeah, I don't remember. Did I put it on my here? Doubt it. Didn't. God damn it. Like, basically, what is this? You know what? That's gonna be faster. You sure? Yeah. Yep. 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 Somewhere around here? We should really have a search on these bitches. Um, I can probably do that, yes. Dang. It's that thing all over again to make sure that we have the right effect. And yeah, it's just, I don't want to do that. Not, not now. And one of the other similar realistic thing that happened is what VJ has done, which is, find it. Right. No. There, yes. When he made the same camera that I did, which is really fun because we done the same. Where is it? It's above. It's above. Like, we've done that. That's the one that I've made. That's the one he made, which is much better, obviously. But in this shape, like, he has like so much meaty details. Also, the whole shape is much greater. In the illustration page, he did this, which is a good overall rendering of how to generate these metal elements to get like the effect for the edges and get like the overlaps, but it's wrong. Like that is wrong. If you look at it closely, and I'm gonna do so, if you look at it here, the original, I don't know if he kept the original. Yeah, that's not original at all. But the original picture that we have here, edit, the edges are bent and it diminish the further out you go. And it's the same thing right now today on this. The roundness of it makes it annoying and not practical. So yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it. And it's not circles. It's lozenge, triangles, bitches, things. So yeah. Abdash Dev. Specific Stony. Specific stuff in there. Damn. That's I mean that's not practical. The whole website is just freaking out. No, these are. I mean, if they are CSS, that's crazy, but this looks like 3D. Bad 3D, but 3D. As in bad 3D in terms of materials. Yeah, it's annoying. It's the most annoying bitch that I have. Like I can't fucking scroll. It's just makes no sense. Like let me fucking scroll. Give me something else. I don't need the whole thing. I want to see the rest. Pisses me off. So yes, it works. App-dev works. Things seems to be good. Tabs work. Yeah. Again, I still don't know what that means, but good if it works for you. I'm good with it. I'm good with it. Cool, I need to keep that to play with this, and we'll see that later. Ah, goddamn. Who is on? The same. John is on. That's it. Yep. Jan? Who do you call Jan? Oh, yeah, no. He's on. If you get an account, yes. Hi, sending you there. I don't know how long he will continue streaming, but yeah, that's gonna be That's gonna be the thing. As always, the VOD is gonna be on YouTube. If I have the time, I will chop it up and make a video like the other ones. Though it's a 3 hour stream that needs to be chopped up, or 4 hour streams that needs to be chopped up in 20 minutes. That's gonna be a lot of cuts. If you have questions and are not live, join the Discord. Ask that in the design help channel. That would be highly appreciated. Stalk me on socials, you know the drill. And then also that I shall be back on Friday if all goes well. And yeah, that will be good. I said a lot of things as always. If you want to learn Japanese, use cat. You want to give me some money, join the Patreon.
Mom?
Buy you like it. And in the last 14 seconds, have fun, take care, see ya, and all that. You know the drill. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice. Bye.